That new African IMF is literally the Chinese industrial bank at the moment. The Chinese are building all the roads for them.
Oh my god.
What's up?
Look, the only way you can build infrastructure in Africa is if you don't have blacks involved. That is the only way you can build infrastructure in Africa is if you don't have blacks involved. That is the only way.
Hey, yo, Daniel.
Like when the Chinese are doing it, they build it. You know, when the Europeans do it, they can build it.
I saw a video.
Oh, for sure, it does definitely matter. It definitely does matter for sure. Like I don't know how you're denying it. What does that have to do with anything? What are they gonna do? Build a fucking civilization? With everything, bro, everything.
And there's white people in Africa.
Yes, and we know exactly who we're talking about in Africa. We're not talking about the Boers or the Rhodesians. We're talking about the actual indigenous population who has been there, right? What, now you're denying that Africa sucks dick? Like, I don't know what to tell you, bro.
Like that. I never said Africa sucks dick. I never said China sucks dick. I'm honestly new to this conversation.
I'm just saying China.
Yeah, that's fine. Then it's okay to say that, you know, Africa is a failure of a continent. It's okay to say that.
Fucking over people, bro. That's not respectful. What were you saying, homie? I'm sorry.
This nigga's acting like I'm from Africa. I ain't from no fucking Africa. The fuck? This you don't. But you're from China.
You sound like
as a blind person, color really doesn't have anything to do with none of this, bro. There's black people in Africa. There's black people in China. There's white people in Africa. There's white people in China. There's no.
Hey man, if there's no difference, go live in Africa. No one's stopping you. But apparently there is a difference because you're not moving. Facts, and the fact that you're not moving to Africa shows me that there is a difference. Actually, no amount of virtue signaling on your part actually makes any difference here.
Some nice island in Africa and enjoy coconuts on a beach and laugh at your ass.
Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it.
I'm a broke nigga. You know what I'm saying?
I'll believe it when I see it.
China
sucks.
Yup, China.
Yo, why are black people so tall?
I just want to know why is there somebody in China right now stealing their relatives' dog and saying they don't know where it went missing when you know the damn cooking fucking beef stew with it, like we.
Bro, how did you get through life mumbling like that without articulating your words? Can anybody understand you? Or yeah, it's like I understand. It's like a power. You need to open your mouth when you talk. Like you can't just like keep your mouth closed while you're talking.
Okay, buddy, don't worry.
Unless you're too lazy.
I can understand.
Like if you're too lazy to open your mouth, then I guess you just don't know how to.
I think he had one too many shots tonight. It's alright, buddy. Don't listen to him.
No, I don't think that's what that is. That's just him normally. Nah, I think that's just him when it's normal.
Is at night and in the morning.
I mean, he wanted to talk about Chinese people eating cats and dogs when Africans eat more bushmeat than anywhere else in the world.
About what they fucking eat.
Okay, but what I do know is I can go on TikTok right now and see somebody eating a motherfucking dog.
Like bacon. I ain't
That's
chicken.
right.
I'm not gonna be like fuck you because you eat bacon. Nah. Like it's not that deep. Who cares what you eat?
You too.
Some people like tomatoes. I don't. Shit, some people like dogs. I personally never had a dog. It might be good. Who knows?
But I know
it's not bad. You should try it. It's like lean meat. It's like very lean and dark meat.
Of course, the China person has ate a fucking dog.
Wait, hold on. What did we say that triggered you, Nick?
Yeah, what you
Let's go. You didn't say anything. No, you didn't say anything to trigger me. All I'm saying is I just want to.
What are you talking about?
Who?
He was definitely triggered for sure. Definitely triggered. Definitely.
I'm not triggered. I think you're triggered because your fucking mom fucking, said you died when you were young.
Compromise and homies, bro.
just be nice to each other. It's better that way.
Let the heat flow through you.
Who's that? Yo, would you guys dive into a pool of melted chocolate? Be honest.
No, why would I do that?
I mean, why the fuck not? Like, it's a pool of melted chocolate.
You asked the question, I said no. I mean, why? What's your answer as to why you would?
Because it's a pool of melted chocolate, and I think that'd be dope. You know what I'm saying? Dive in there and just like floating some chocolate.
Yeah, but we was having cups and utensils and shit, so we don't have to drink with our hands. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but like if like a 9-foot pool was filled up with melted chocolate, you're telling me it wouldn't be dope to like hit a diving board and just
China.
just fucking dive into a pool of melted chocolate?
I like saying the word China. China.
How high are you right now? You got the
Sounds very Chinese.
Willy Wonka.
Hey, no, I just had some homemade cake with some ganache. That shit was fire. I'm not gonna lie.
Sounds really Chinese.
Wait, I thought you were a broke nigga. How you eating homemade ganache and shit?
I didn't fucking make it. I didn't make shit.
Oh, that makes sense.
Listen,
Yeah.
why is
Figuring out my
You should learn to cook, bro. Klondike, you should learn to cook it. That's a lot. Like if you
and some tacos, you know,
like real shit. If you're poor, like you can save a lot of money by
why are you
nigga, shut up! Why are niggas so fucking loud, bro? Holy shit! Shut your goofy ass up! Fuck, man! Holy shit! Shut up!
You're not urban. You're not urban. You're not urban.
Oh my god, bro!
You're not
Dude, I swear to God, if black people couldn't talk in America, our economic output would grow by like 30%. I swear to God.
I'm so sure.
Holy fucking shit! Holy shit!
What you really need to do is stop being motherfucking racist. That's what you need to do.
Oh my god, bro. Anyway, yo, Klondike, if you're if you wanna
racist in here.
Who's racist?
Klondike, if you wanna save money though, you should learn to cook if you can. I know you're blind, but it's a good skill.
No, I can cook a little bit. Like I can make some basic shit like bacon, eggs, like sandwiches.
Nice.
I want me
But I'm
some
not
bacon
making no
and
homemade
eggs.
fucking.
No, because like
you know what I mean. Like
you know what I've come to notice.
What is this?
Look, what I've come to notice is that in the West we have this tendency to treat like disabled people like little children, and when I see what actual disabled people who are like who are taught by their parents to actually figure things out for themselves, they turn out to be actually really competent people who can do anything I can't do without limbs, right? So what I've noticed is that America.
Well, they can't do anything.
No. Two people who don't have limbs, right? So what I've noticed is that actually, like there's a shitty mindset in America where disabled people are just kept in their wheelchairs, don't move, don't be self-subsistence, don't do anything on your own, don't build up the skills, don't build up the muscles. There is a tendency to do that in America, so I think it's good.
That's not true at all.
Oh, it's true for a fact, yeah.
Things that sighted people can't do. You know what I'm saying?
I'm sure. Yeah. That's why 70% of Americans are overweight and obese. Yeah, that's for sure why. Yeah.
What does that have to do? What does that have to do with this?
Oh, it has everything to do with everything. Everything to do with everything.
They love me over here because I'm blind and I can do things that they can't do. Because I'm quote unquote disabled.
Yeah.
I'm still dropping in a 10-foot vert ramp. You know what I'm saying? They can't do that. Like I'm disabled in the United States, and it doesn't affect you. Yeah, people are gonna treat you a little bit like you're.
They're literally blind kids skateboarding. Correct. Yeah.
And then as soon
So
as you
yeah,
pull up,
in America, they got most.
Bro, like, hey, sir. Me and Klondike are having a 1-to-2 conversation. We didn't ask you to be involved. Me and Klondike were having a back and forth conversation. No. We don't need his input. Me and Klondike were having a back and forth conversation. Yeah, me and Klondike were having a back and forth conversation. Yeah, me and Black Klondike.
I think if you didn't want people to come up and give their opinion, you should have made it like private. You know what I'm saying? But I think
no, it's not my room. I'm not a mod here, bro. I know you're blind and can't see it, but I'm not the room mod.
He wants to be the main character.
No. You and I were having a back and forth on a point, and then he jumped in, and I'm not gonna let him do that. So no. It doesn't matter. Big Klondike. I don't care what you think. You're not gonna tell me how I'm gonna respond to what you said, right? You don't get to. Wait, hold up. Why can't I tell you to? No, but I also want him to shut the fuck up, and you to shut the fuck up, right? And you want me to shut the fuck up. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, bro.
You can't have a decent, civilized patient if this fool's gonna act.
No. Hold up. You can't call the person who interrupted our conversation civilized. Nah, bro, that's not how this works. It doesn't matter. If you and I were having a conversation and someone interrupts, he's the uncivilized one, not me, right? So you were responding to my point, and you were talking about blind kids doing skateboarding, right? That's what we were talking about,
He
right?
said he wants
And
to-
anything else this guy says is interruption, right?
No, it's
So
not. No, it's
let's
not.
go back to how there
You gotta
are
agree.
disabled people who can do a lot of things.
If he's
Multiple
being
people are
disrespectful,
saying that
he's
they-
getting on the
Bro,
same-
no, you're not being consistent here. Just because he's black, you're on his side on some tribal shit.
I can't
We
even
both
see
interrupted
black.
each
I don't even
other,
know what
bro.
black is. I
Oh,
don't
you
know
can
what
hear.
it is.
Well, you can hear black.
I'm Asian,
Just
actually.
do this
I'm
eventually.
Japanese.
Hey, come on, get the fuck out of here with that shit.
Yep.
Now he's gonna tell me he can't tell the difference between a black person and a Japanese person through an
I don't
audio.
know.
That's
I
what he's
can't
gonna
even
tell
see
me.
black. Can you know the same thing your hand sees? You
I
know
am.
what your hand sees?
He
That's
thinks
what
I'm
I
not Japanese because he thinks
That's wild,
I don't
bro.
see anything.
That's
I
wild.
don't see colors, dog. I don't even know what black is. I can't see his PTR. I don't know. So that's
The funny
nothing to
part
do
is-
with
Yeah,
it.
I mean,
I'm
just
actually
because you can't see
I
something
don't-
doesn't mean it
listen, I don't
doesn't
know why you
exist.
keep
You know,
talking
that's
about
all
me.
I'm saying.
Why are you so talking about me? Wasn't even talking about you with your ugly
Look,
ass.
just because you can't see skin color doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Big fat. That's a reality. You can imagine all you want in your
It
fairy
doesn't
tale
exist
world,
for
but
me.
it
I've
doesn't
never
exist.
seen colors
You really
before.
need to
You can't
stop.
fucking-
Right, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There are differences in the world. Like when you touch something sharp and something soft, there's a definite fucking difference when you
Yeah,
touch
you know
those
what the
things.
similarity is? If you touch
So
it
you
with
really
your
need to
hand,
stop
That's
eating the
that's
motherfucking
what's
dog.
similar. That's
That
where
would
the
be
difference
wonderful.
is
Because
made
you're really out
into
here trying to say
similarity.
that
You need
I'm
to
from
think
Africa,
more with
this
your
and
head
that, and
and
I'm
less with your
fucking
dick.
monkey and shit.
Jesus.
Nah, nigga, you was eating motherfucking what? Motherfucking
Yeah,
dog, bitch.
that's
With
a
your
fact.
ugly ass.
God damn.
Wait, how's he?
Damn, funny coming from a group of people who can't even raise their own damn children, bro. That's fucking crazy.
You can't even.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
gotta have
The funny
such
thing is, your people can't even raise your own fucking children, so maybe you should learn that before you talk shit about other people, right? Actions speak louder than words, motherfucker. You can talk all that shit, all that street smarts, and you can't even take care of a damn kid. You know, think about that. Think about that. All that street smart, know how much a kilo is, and can't even raise your own damn kid. Think about that.
That's what you need to
Think
do.
about that for
You
a
need to
second.
go have a kid.
Damn, all that street smart and can't even raise your own damn kid. Funny how that works.
You need to go
Funny how
have
that
a
works.
kid. That's what you really need to do.
Y'all need to be taught by white people how to raise your children again or some shit, because y'all forgot how to raise your own children, you know? Something's gotta change here, bro.
You gotta have sex to have a kid.
Are you serious? A black man telling me what it's like to be a man? Are you fucking serious? Y'all are bitches. Every last one of you are bitches. You're your mom's bitches. You're your mom's fucking sex doll. Holy shit. Are you fucking serious right now? Y'all being raised by a bunch of women and y'all want to talk about manhood? Your women are the men in your fucking society. Your women are the men in your society. You dumb cucks. The women are more manly than you amongst the black community. There are no men in the black community. They're all pussies. 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 That's all they are.
That's what happened when the incel get backed up.
Nah, for real.
That's crazy how blacks are talking shit about anything in this country. Blacks should be so embarrassed that you shouldn't even talk in public.
I'm
Do you
brown.
have no shame?
Are you
Do you have no shame? You do. You Hispanics too.
I'm not
You Hispanics are no different.
I'm Mexican.
Fucking
Those are
waste
two
of
different
space ass
countries.
motherfuckers. Bro, if we removed blacks and Hispanics from every major city in America, we would see an economic output increase by 30% instantly. Holy fucking shit. Waste of spaces. Holy fuck. All the same. All the waste of spaces. All waste of spaces. Every last one of
I
you,
bet that's
bro.
what your mom said.
Wait,
for 9
didn't
months.
you admit in another room?
Nah, not really. At least I have a father, yo, unlike your asses.
You admitted in
You
another
have a sperm donor, not a father.
You admitted in another room. You could've afforded-
Have you ever met your sperm donor before it hurts when I pee? Or not yet? When's the last time you met your sperm donor?
No, we have sex.
Did you meet Elon Musk yet or not yet? Elon Musk may be your daddy, you know? It could be a sperm donor for all you know.
That would explain why I'm so fucking intelligent.
Everybody knows you don't get no pussy. Everybody, it's not a secret.
It's always the black dudes who are like, I'm so intelligent.
Japanese.
Everybody knows it's not a secret.
What's up, dog?
Holy shit, imagine being black and proud. Like, holy shit, do you not have any shame?
Imagine being.
Imagine being black and proud.
At least black people can fuck. You can't even do that.
Yeah. Hey, that's not a flex when you can't even raise your own children.
You kinda got a point
Hey,
though.
it's a
Damn, that's
When
crazy.
you're talking to an incel.
That's crazy. Wait. Who said he's got a point when Asians outnumber what? What's the Asian population? 2.5 billion in this world by now? Are you fucking serious?
Our white people
Your
are
eyes look like mine,
not
you
white.
Asian fuck.
Yeah, I ain't white though. Yeah.
I don't care.
My white
Only with
people,
snow you naturally
we're at like a
camouflage that
1.4 right now. We need to start fucking more.
ass.
And not letting the women kill the children.
He big man, boy.
Go back to China. It's almost time for your work shift.
Hello?
Oh shit.
Yo,
Bro,
your
you're
sister-
Bro, at least they know how to work. Like unlike your asses.
Life on fucking low wages,
Yo,
man.
your sister
Like, you
called me
guys
yesterday.
are
You need to go pick her up.
Y'all don't even know how to work. Like I don't know what to tell you. You don't know how to work. You don't know how to raise children. Are you guys even adults at this point?
I'll pick you up.
Y'all ain't even adults at this point.
But you're poor. You were complaining
Imagine
about
calling yourself an adult when you can't even
complaining
pay your
about
damn bills.
groceries in another room.
See.
You were complaining about not being able to
See.
afford groceries or you're renting
Right.
another room.
See,
So what's your excuse?
see,
Oh, now he's quiet.
See.
Yeah, so what's your excuse?
yeah,
Hello?
Hello.
crazy.
What's your
Every space with a black person turns into the hood
So
instantaneously. I don't know why. It's the hood
why you the
effect.
bare minimum?
It's the hood effect.
Every place with a white
Why
It's the hood
you
effect.
Yo, dumbass nigga, can you move out of the house, please? Fuck.
This is
Low
Lowe's house.
IQ whenever black people join a fucking room. Every fucking time. Low IQ.
You got
What
mad
does
because you
IQ
said
stand
something
for?
factually incorrect.
Oh, wait, I got one. Yo, I got one. Black rednecks and white liberals. Yeah, we should do some educating. Let's do some educating.
You guys are all caught.
Y'all about to learn.
Yeah, your jokes are terrible.
I was trying to spit some game.
You
and
try-
you guys went
he
on
trying
some
hard- he trying his
monkey
best,
shit.
Hey, I tried some food. They just keep blabbering.
Blackstone audio. Such crude and unsanitary living had long been characteristic of earlier times, when rural Scots lived in the same primitive shelters with their animals, and vermin abounded. A similar lack of concern with cleanliness was found among others in the borderlands of Britain, and among their descendants on the other side of the Atlantic in the
Look,
antebellum
Big
South.
Mac, he had to go play
For
audio.
example, a 19th century politician built up a political machine in the poor white districts of Mississippi by such practices as this. He did not resort to any conventional tactics of kissing dirty babies, but he pleased mothers and fathers in log cabins by taking their children upon his lap and searching for red bugs, lice, and other vermin.
Hey,
Back
calm
in the
down. You
British
know how I know
Isles,
that's
the life
how
of the
you know he
Scottish
hurt.
people was transformed
You start
dramatically
playing audio?
from the masses to the elites as they advanced from being one of the least educated to one of the most educated peoples in Europe. However, what is significant here is that much of the migration to the American South occurred before these sweeping social transformations. This timing was crucial, as Professor Grady McWhiney has pointed out in his book, Cracker Culture. Had the South been peopled by 19th century Scots, Welshmen, and Ulstermen, the course of Southern history would doubtless have been radically different. 19th century.
In which they grew up was not the culture in which black kids grew up in America today.
So they had.
There's no gangster rap that was pervasively available in Germany.
What does that have to do with anything?
I mean,
You were a dumbass
the average
nigga.
of
That's
black
what's
kid
up.
today, I think, is probably better off, certainly materially, than
The gangster
say
rap
Ben,
is the
Ben
problem?
Carson was when he was growing up.
Ben Carson, the
So-
famous
so-
black
so-
surgeon
so
at Johns
the-
Hopkins,
the
Right,
gangster-
right.
So
who is
the
immensely
gangster-
accomplished in every way.
Yes.
Right.
I would say that certainly the black kids who are growing up today have a higher material standard of living than I had. The difference was that the schools were good when I came along. They were especially good in New York at that time, hard as that is to believe. But the kids who grew up in that same place where I lived, they will not get that same education. Now that can be blamed on somebody, but it has very little to do with what happened 100 or 200 years ago. And it's true in other countries. I mean, in Nigeria, for example, there's a tribe, the Igbos, who are living in one of the least.
Honestly, I just want to say that in regards to
This bill is hot,
Rio,
boy.
nor was Indianapolis unique in that respect. A 1951 survey in Detroit found that white Southerners living there were considered undesirable by 21% of those surveyed, compared to 13% who ranked blacks the same way. In the late 1940s, a Chicago
Listen, Tom, for the most, as I read this book, for the most part, it's objective. It's objective throughout. It's calm. It's analytical. But when you take on this modern progressive position that racism accounts for anything, there are passages in which you're angry. I felt that there are passages in which there's emotion that is very close to this. So let me just read it. Median black family income has been lower than median white family income for generations. But the median per capita income of Asian groups is more than $15,000 a year higher than the median per capita income of white Americans. Is this the white supremacy we're so often warned about? For more than a quarter of a century, in no year has the annual poverty rate of black married couple families, been as high as 10%. And in no year has the poverty rate of Americans as a whole been as low as 10%. If black poverty is caused by systemic racism, do racists make an exception for blacks who are married? I guess you're allowed to be angry.
Yes. Well, yes.
So,
Hey, Galaxy, you still a bitch.
do you have the feeling when you're addressing this notion that racism accounts for everything?
Why are you talking to me? Like, first I don't like you.
Do you have the feeling that the arguments are subtle, it's persuasive, you can forgive someone for buying that argument? Or do you have the feeling that it's willful? That the case is so clearly mistaken that there's a willfulness about it?
No, I think that people don't look for certain evidence, and therefore they don't find it. And so, on the basis of what they know at a given time, this may be very plausible. The problem is that what you really need are other people with different orientation who are skeptical and who will then look for things and find things that are very different from that. One of the things that I found interesting was the fact that there are various counties in the United States which are among the poorest counties in the country, and 6 of those counties have a population that ranges from 90% white to 100% white.
Appalachian counties.
Yes.
Kentucky
Yes.
and Ohio, as I recall.
Yeah, but mainly it's the hillbilly communities.
Right.
And of course there was that great book that was written, The Hillbilly Elegy. It was on the bestseller list for more than a year consecutively.
J.B. Woods, now Senator.
Yes, and these are people who have faced zero racism.
They are white.
And they're white and zero racism. And also, they're back in the 30s, when they did IQ studies, their IQs were not only at the same level as those of blacks, they had the same pattern, namely that the young people, whether they were black or hillbilly, would have an IQ very close to the national average at age 6. But by the time they were teenagers, it just kept going down and down and down. Of course, it's relative to the other people of that age group, and they simply were not falling behind. So it was clearly not biological; it was social. But despite that, these hillbilly counties had incomes that were not only lower than the national average, they were lower than the average of black incomes for a period of half a century. It may have been longer than that because I only went through half a century. But in every study that was done over that half century, they scored lower. Their family incomes were lower than the family incomes of blacks.
So much of the cultural pattern of Southern rednecks became the cultural heritage of Southern blacks, more so than survivals of African cultures with which they had not been in contact for centuries. Even in colonial times, most blacks on American soil had been born on American soil. Moreover, such cultural traits followed blacks out of the southern countrysides and into the urban ghettos, north and south, where many settled. The very way of talking, later to be christened Black English, closely followed dialects brought over from those parts of Britain from which many white Southerners came, though these speech patterns died out in Britain while surviving in the American South, as such speech patterns would later die out among most Southern whites and among middle-class blacks. while surviving in the poorer black ghettos around the country. For example, where a northerner said, "I am," "you are," "she isn't," "it doesn't," and "I haven't," a Virginian, even of high rank, preferred to say, "I be," "you be," "she ain't," "it don't," and "I ain't." These Virginia speechways were not invented in America. They derived from a family or regional dialects that had been spoken throughout the South and west of England during the 17th century. From these same regions of England came such words as yaller for yellow, axe for ask, acrost for across, y'all for you, bile for boil, do for door, dis for this, and dat for that. Many of these usages have long since died out in England, though the word chitlins for hogging trails continued to be used in some localities in England, even in the 20th century, as such usage remained common among black Americans. But no such words came from Africa, nor did the holiday Kwanzaa, which originated in Los Angeles. The slaves' custom of marking their marriages by jumping over a broomstick, a custom resurrected at a posh wedding among blacks in 20th century New York as a mark of racial identity, was in fact a pagan custom in Europe in centuries past, and survived for a time among Southern whites. Complaints about the improvidence of whites in the South, and of their ancestors in Britain before that, were echoed in W.E.B. Du Bois's picture of his fellow blacks in the 1890s. Probably few poor nations waste more money by thoughtless and unreasonable expenditure than the American Negro, and especially those living in large cities. Thousands of dollars are annually wasted in amusements of various kinds, and in miscellaneous ornaments and gewgaws. The Negro has much to learn of the Jew and the Italian, as to living within his means and saving every penny from excessive and wasteful expenditures. It was not, however, from Jews or Italians that blacks had absorbed their culture. Du Bois's description of the spending habits of blacks in the 1890s was echoed by a contemporary observer, Jacob Riis, who said that the Negro loves fine clothes and good living a good deal more than he does a bank account. Similar observations have been made by many others over the years, inside and outside the black community. For the lower socioeconomic classes among blacks, Gunnar Myrdal's descriptions of them near the middle of the 20th century still bore a remarkable resemblance to descriptions of Southern whites and their regional forebears in Britain, including less resourcefulness, disorganized family life, lax sexual morals, and recklessness, with tendencies toward aggression and violence. Despite a generally sympathetic approach to the study of blacks in his landmark book, An American Dilemma, which has often been credited with a major influence on the advancement of civil rights, Myrdal also noted the low standards of efficiency, reliability, ambition, and morals actually displayed by the average Negro. He observed something of the devil-may-care attitude in the pleasure-seeking of Negroes, and a general attitude in which life becomes cheap and crime not so reprehensible. Like other observers, Myrdal tended to attribute to slavery such aspects of black culture as the low regard for human life, when in fact antebellum whites had exhibited this same reckless disregard of lethal dangers, and so had their ancestors in Britain. Unlike many others, however, Myrdal also recognized the influence of the Southern white culture on the culture of blacks, pointing out that the general Southern pattern of illegality maintained this low regard for human life. He also noted that the so-called Negro dialect is simply a variation on the ordinary Southern accent, that religious emotionalism was borrowed from and sanctioned by religious behavior among whites in the South, and that the Negro trait of audaciousness is characteristic of white Southerners too. He quoted black scholar and later statesman Ralph Bunche. White Southerners employ many of the defense mechanisms characteristic of the Negro. They often carry a chip on the shoulder. They indulge freely in self-commiseration. They rather typically and in real Negro fashion try to overcome a feeling of inferiority by exhibitionism, raucousness in dress, and exaggerated self-assertion. Although Dr. Busness Ashen try to overcome a commiseration, they rather typically a chip on the shoulder. They indulge freely in self-commiseration. They rather typically and in real Negro fashion try to overcome a feeling of inferiority by exhibitionism, raucousness in dress, and exaggerated self-assertion. Although Dr. Bunch presented these as parallels, historically, he quoted employ many of the defense mechanisms characteristic of the Negro. They often carry a chip on the shoulder. They indulge freely in self-commiseration. They rather typically and in real Negro fashion try to overcome a feeling of inferiority by exhibitionism, raucousness in dress, and exaggerated self-assertion. Although Dr. Bunch presented these as parallels, historically it was of course the Southern whites who first had these patterns, reflecting patterns among their ancestors in Britain. In much of the literature on black culture, however, the supposed influence of slavery has been far more sweepingly assumed, and the cultural influence of white Southerners and their forebears in Britain largely ignored. Attempts to derive the black manner of speaking from slavery and its parallel among whites as an influence from black speech were answered by a Southern historian who asked, "From whence came the drawl of the people of the upper Great Plains and of the Blue Ridge, Smoky, and Cumberland Mountains, who have had little or no contact with the Negro?" Another cultural historian of Southerners aptly observed that Southerners, white and black, share the bonds of a common heritage, indeed a common tragedy, and often speak a common language, however seldom they may acknowledge it. Half a century after Myrdal, another study of racial attitudes noted the intimidating ethnic style of many underclass black males, and noted that nearly half of all murder victims in America were black, and that 94% of them were killed by other blacks. Many of these killings were due to gang members who killed for such reasons as, "'cause he look at me funny, 'cause he give me no respect," and other reasons reminiscent of the touchy pride and hair-trigger violence of rednecks and crackers by other blacks. Many of these killings were due to gang members who killed for such reasons as, "'cause he look at me funny, 'cause he give me no respect," and other reasons reminiscent of the touchy pride and hair-trigger violence of rednecks and crack members who killed for such reasons as, "'cause he look at me funny, 'cause he give me no respect," and other reasons reminiscent of the touchy pride and hair-trigger violence of rednecks and crackers killed by other blacks. Many of these killings were due to gang members who killed for such reasons as, "'cause he look at me funny, 'cause he give me no respect," and other reasons reminiscent of the touchy pride and hair-trigger violence of rednecks and crackers in an earlier era. The neglect and disdain of education found among antebellum white Southerners has been echoed not only in low performance levels among ghetto blacks, but perhaps most dramatically in a hostility toward those black students who are conscientious about their studies, who are accused of acting white, a charge that can bring anything from social ostracism to outright violence. So much attention has been paid to questions of ability that few have looked at cultural attitudes. One of those who has is black professor and best-selling author Shelby Steele, who sees in many of these children almost a determination not to learn, even though, once outside the school and in their own neighborhoods, these same children learn everything. He drew these children almost a determination not to learn, even who sees in many of these children almost a determination not to learn, even though, once outside the school and in their own neighborhoods, these same children learn everything. He drew, and in their own neighborhoods, these same children learn everything. He drew these children almost a determination not to learn, even though, once outside the school and in their own neighborhoods, these same children learn everything. He drew this black professor and best-selling author Shelby Steele, who sees in many of these children almost a determination not to learn, even though, once outside the school and in their own neighborhoods, these same children learn everything. He drew on his own experiences teaching at a university. For some years, I have noticed that I can walk into any of my classes on the first day of the semester, identify the black students, and be sadly confident that on the last day of the semester, a disproportionate number of them will be at the bottom of the class, far behind any number of white students of equal or even lesser ability. Statistical data substantiate these impressions. Black students typically perform academically below the level of those white students with the same mental test scores. in contrast to Asian American students, who perform better than white students with the same test scores as themselves. In short, even though black students average lower test scores than either white or Asian American students, those test scores are not necessarily the sole, nor perhaps even the predominant, reason for lower black academic achievement. Indeed, it is possible that the lower test scores may be a result of cultural attitudes, and of actions or inactions over a period of years based on those attitudes, more so than a cause of academic failures. While it has long been known that, historically, the average IQ of blacks has been about 85, compared to a national average of 100, what has not been so widely known is that the average IQ of blacks in the North was for years consistently higher than that of blacks in the South. A 1942 study of freshmen at black colleges found the superiority of freshmen from northern schools over those from southern schools was found to persist throughout the colleges. As already noted, black soldiers from some northern states scored higher on mental tests than whites from some southern states during the First World War. From that same era, European immigrants from cultures where education was not a high priority for ordinary people, parts of Eastern and Southern Europe, for example, scored no higher on mental tests than American blacks, and, in some communities, their children scored lower than Northern black children attending the same schools. The low test scores of some European immigrant children cannot be automatically attributed to their being new to the United States. There have been settled communities of whites with test scores similar to those of blacks, where these have been culturally isolated people, such as the inhabitants of the Hebrides Islands off Scotland, or people living in Tennessee mountain communities, hillbillies, or inhabitants of canal boat communities in Britain. In short, some kinds of cultures tend to produce lower mental test scores, whether the people in those cultures are black or white, American or European. As someone has aptly said, the tests are not unfair. Life is unfair, and the tests measure the results. No one chooses which culture to be born into, or can be blamed for how that culture evolved in centuries past. In business ownership, as in other ways, the pattern among black Americans has followed the pattern of rednecks in earlier times, with people from other groups owning most of the businesses in black neighborhoods. Some may try to explain the lack of locally owned businesses in the ghettos by racial discrimination or poverty, but as early as the 1920s, there were numerous black-owned businesses in Harlem, the majority of which were owned by blacks from the Caribbean, not blacks from the American South, who were the majority population of Harlem. Although New York was the principal destination of blacks from the Caribbean.
Break both of his legs. And I'm gonna tie his broken legs. I'm a fucking avalanche. And I'm gonna fucking drive his stupid ass.
Then as now, the 1930 census showed that there were more than 4 times as many native-born blacks in Manhattan as there were foreign-born blacks. In a parallel to differences between Southern and non-Southern whites, a study of West Indian blacks in the United States noted that the Negro immigrants, particularly the British West Indians, bring a zest of learning that is not typical of the native-born population. While black Americans have long been overrepresented among people in prison, a study of the racial composition of New York State's Sing Sing prison in the early 1930s found that black West Indians were underrepresented relative to their share of the population, at a time when native-born black Americans were overrepresented several-fold among Sing Sing inmates. During that same era, when American-born black women and West Indian black women both worked in New York City's garment district, the latter were more frequently found at the skilled tasks. More generally, the study found that the black immigrant brings a cultural heritage that is vastly different from that of the American Negro. The first black borough presidents of Manhattan were West Indians. As late as 1970, the highest-ranking blacks in New York's police department were West Indians, as were all the black federal judges in the city. The 1970 census showed that black West Indian families in the New York metropolitan area had 28% higher incomes than the families of American blacks. The incomes of second-generation West Indian families living in the same area exceeded that of black families by 58%. Neither race nor racism can explain such differences, nor can slavery, since native-born blacks and West Indian blacks both had a history of slavery. Studies published in 2004 indicated that an absolute majority of the black alumni of Harvard were either West Indian or African immigrants, or the children of these immigrants. Somewhat similar findings have emerged in studies of some other elite colleges. With blacks, as with whites, the redneck culture has been a less achieving culture. Moreover, that culture has affected a higher proportion of the black population than of the white population, since only about 1/3 of all whites lived in the antebellum South, while 9/10 of all blacks did. From the 1960s onward, much of the transplanted Southern culture would, like black English, be seen as sacrosanct features of a distinctive black identity, despite their mirroring very similar cultural patterns among.
You know what I'm saying? Hell yeah. I mean,
Black have always had a certain amount of moral currency that we have been using. And let me be the first to tell you, that's used up. White America has been watching us act like fools for a long enough time where any sympathy they may have had to our plight is completely gone. You're approaching a country that, forget hating black people or not hating black people, they just don't care. You can be talking about affirmative action, they be like, I don't care. It literally is of no importance to me. I don't care about slavery. I don't care about segregation. I don't care about you. I don't care how many of you all go to jail. I don't care at all. Because I'm broke. You can't be the proud, noble fighter when every single time someone sees a person that looks like you on television, they're acting like a damn fool. How would they know you're not a damn fool? Black people have always had a certain amount of moral currency that we have been using. And let me be the first to tell you, that's used up. White America has been watching us act like fools for a long enough time where any sympathy they may have had to our plight is completely gone. You're approaching a country that, forget hating black people or not hating black people, they just don't care. You can be talking about affirmative action, they be like, I don't care. It literally is of no importance to me. I don't care about slavery. I don't care about segregation. I don't care about you. I don't care how many of you all go to jail. I don't care at all. Because I'm broke. You can't be the proud, noble fighter when every single time someone sees a person that looks like you on television, they're acting like a damn fool. How would they know you're not a damn fool? Black people have always had a certain amount of moral currency that we have been using. And let me be the first to tell you, that's used up. White America has been watching us act like fools for a long enough time where any sympathy they may have had to our plight is completely gone. You're approaching a country that, forget hating black people or not hating black people, they just don't care. You can be talking about affirmative action, they be like, I don't care. It literally is of no importance to me. I don't care about slavery. I don't care about segregation. I don't care about you. I don't care how many of you all go to jail. I don't care at all. Because I'm broke. You can't be the proud, noble fighter when every single time someone sees a person that looks like you on television, they're acting like a damn fool. How would they know you're not a damn fool? Black people have always had a certain amount of moral currency that we have been using. And let me be the first to tell you, that's used up. White America has been watching us act like fools for a long enough time where any sympathy they may have had to our plight is completely gone. You're approaching a country that, forget hating black people or not hating black people, they just don't care. You can be talking about affirmative action, they be like, I don't care. It literally is of no importance to me. I don't care about slavery. I don't care about segregation. I don't care about you. I don't care how many of you all go to jail. I don't care at all. Because I'm broke. You can't be the proud, noble fighter when every single time someone sees a person that looks like you on television, they're acting like a damn fool. How would they know you're not a damn fool? Black people have always had a certain amount of moral currency that we have been using. And let me be the first to tell you, that's used up. White America has been watching us act like fools for a long enough time where any sympathy they may have had to our plight is completely gone. You're approaching a country that, forget hating black people or not hating black people, they just don't care. You can be talking about affirmative action, they be like, I don't care. It literally is of no importance to me. I don't care about slavery. I don't care about segregation. I don't care about you. I don't care how many of you all go to jail. I don't care at all. Because I'm broke. You can't be the proud, noble fighter when every single time someone sees a person that looks like you on television, they're acting like a damn fool? How would they know? How would they know you're not a damn fool? Black people have always had a certain amount of moral currency that we have been using. And let me be the first to tell you, that's used up. White America has been watching us act like fools for a long enough time where any sympathy they may have had to our plight is completely gone. You're approaching a country, but forget hating black people or not hating black people, they just don't care. You're going to be talking about affirmative action, they be like, I don't care. It literally is of no importance to me. I don't care about slavery, I don't care about segregation, I don't care about you, I don't care how many of you all go to jail, I don't care at all, because I'm broke. You can't be the proud, noble fighter when every single time someone sees a person that looks like you on television, they're acting like a damn fool. How would they know? How would they know you're not a damn fool? Black people have always had a certain amount of moral currency that we have been using. And let me be the first to tell you, that's used up. White America has been watching us act like fools for a long enough time where any sympathy they may
cannot be automatically attributed to their being new to the United States. There have been settled communities of whites with test scores similar to those of blacks, where these have been culturally isolated people, such as the inhabitants of the Hebrides Islands off Scotland, or people living in Tennessee mountain communities, hillbillies, or inhabitants of canal boat communities in Britain. In short, some kinds of cultures tend to produce lower mental test scores, whether the people in those cultures are black or white, American or European. As someone has aptly said, the tests are not unfair. Life is unfair, and the tests measure the results. No one chooses which culture to be born into, or can be blamed for how that culture evolved in centuries past. In business ownership, as in other ways, the pattern among black Americans has followed the pattern of rednecks in earlier times, with people from other groups owning most of the businesses in black neighborhoods. Some may try to explain the lack of locally owned businesses in the ghettos by racial discrimination or poverty, but as early as the 1920s, there were numerous black-owned businesses in Harlem, the majority of which were owned by blacks from the Caribbean, not blacks from the American South, who were the majority population of Harlem. Although New York was the principal destination of blacks from the Caribbean, then as now, the 1930 census showed that there were more than 4 times as many native-born blacks in Manhattan as there were foreign-born blacks. In a parallel to differences between Southern and non-Southern whites, a study of West Indian blacks in the United States noted that the Negro immigrants, particularly the British West Indians, bring a zest of learning that is not typical of the native-born population. While black Americans have long been overrepresented among people in prison, a study of the racial composition of New York State's Sing Sing prison in the early 1930s found that black West Indians were underrepresented relative to their share of the population, at a time when native-born black Americans were overrepresented several-fold among Sing Sing inmates. During that same era, when American-born black women and West Indian black women both worked in New York City's garment district, the latter were more frequently found at the skilled tasks. More generally, the study found that the black immigrant brings a cultural heritage that is vastly different from that of the American Negro. The first black borough presidents of Manhattan were West Indians. As late as 1970, the highest-ranking blacks in New York's police department were...
Let's see, this dude's sitting up here picking up a guy named Elon Musk. What's this dude? Aaron Musk. You're a faggot, man. Nah, this cocksucker that's up in the damn chat. Shit, I can drown this shit. I can do that. I got time. I can do this shit all night, motherfucker. You want to talk to me about Look, man. Look, man. The only people that can talk shit about that is black people. You know what I'm saying? You other motherfuckers, man. If you hate America so much, why the fuck you over here, man? Why do you fucking foreigners talk shit about black people? Build everything up.
Watch where you walking, nigga.
Hey, what you say, nigga?
Watch closely. You're about to experience a nigga moment. Webster defines the nigga moment as a moment when ignorance overwhelms the mind of an otherwise logical Negro male.
What did you say, bitch, nigga? Hey, squeeze it, nigga.
Causing him to act in a egotistical, self-destructive manner, i.e., like a nigga. Nigga moments are unpredictable.
Hey, wait, man, wait. This is stupid. Hey, you right, dog. Look, let's put the guns away and go on about our business. Freeze!
But they all end up bad. If they had their own category, nigga moments would be the third leading killer of black men behind pork chops and FEMA. It's a fact. Now let's see how a nigga moment affects a white man.
Watch where you walking, bitch.
What did you... Wait a minute. I'm white.
Where you going? Don't you ignore me. This is a perfectly good moment to throw your life away.
My name's Uncle Ronnie. Lively music and dance, and a style of religious oratory marked by strident rhetoric, unbridled emotions, and flamboyant imagery. In the late 1940s, a Chicago employer said frankly, "I told the guard at the plant gate to tell the hillbillies that there were no openings." When poor whites from the South moved into northern cities to work in war plants during the Second World War, occasionally, a white Southerner would find that a flat or a furnished room had just been rented when the landlord heard his Southern accent. More is involved here than a mere parallel between blacks and Southern whites. What is involved is a common subculture that goes back for centuries, which has encompassed everything from ways of talking to attitudes toward education, violence, and sex, and which originated not in the South, but in those parts of the British Isles from which white Southerners came. That culture long ago died out where it originated in Britain, while surviving in the American South. Then it largely died out among both white and black Southerners, while still surviving today in the poorest and worst of the urban black ghettos. It is not uncommon for a culture to survive longer where it is transplanted and to retain characteristics lost in its place of origin. The French spoken in Quebec and the Spanish spoken in Mexico contain words and phrases that have long since become archaic in France and Spain. Regional German dialects persisted among Germans living in the United States after those dialects had begun to die out in Germany itself. A scholar specializing in the history of the South has likewise noted among white Southerners archaic word forms, while another scholar has pointed out the continued use in that region of terms that were familiar at the time of the first Queen Elizabeth. The card game whist is today played almost exclusively by blacks, especially low-income blacks, though in the 18th century it was played by the British upper classes and has since then evolved into bridge. The history of the evolution of this game is indicative of a much broader pattern of cultural evolution in much more weighty things. Southern whites not only spoke the English language in very different ways from whites in other regions. Their churches, their roads, their homes, their music, their education, their food, and their sex lives were all sharply different from those of other whites. The history of this redneck or cracker culture is more than a curiosity. It has contemporary significance because of its influence on the economic and social evolution of vast numbers of people, millions of blacks and whites, and its continuing influence on the lives and deaths of a residual population in America's black ghettos, which has still not completely escaped from that culture. From early in American history, foreign visitors and domestic travelers alike were struck by cultural contrasts between the white population of the South and that of the rest of the country in general, and of New England in particular. In the early 19th century, Alexis de Tocqueville contrasted white Southerners with white Northerners in his classic Democracy in America, and Frederick Law Olmsted did the same later in his books about his travels through the antebellum South, notably Cotton Kingdom. De Tocqueville set a pattern when he concluded that almost all the differences which may be noticed between the Americans in the southern and in the northern states have originated in slavery. Olmsted likewise attributed the differences between white Southerners and white Northerners to the existence of slavery in the South. So did widely read antebellum Southern writer Hinton Helper, who declared that slavery, and nothing but slavery, has retarded the progress and prosperity of our portion of the Union. Just as they explained regional differences between whites by slavery, so many others in a later era would explain differences between blacks and whites nationwide by slavery. Plausible as these explanations may seem in both cases, they will not stand up under a closer scrutiny of history. It is perhaps understandable that the great overwhelming moral curse of slavery has presented a tempting causal explanation of the peculiar subculture of Southern whites, as well as that of blacks. Yet this same subculture had existed among Southern whites and their ancestors in those parts of the British Isles from which they came, long before they had ever seen a black slave. The nature of this subculture, among people who were called rednecks and crackers in Britain before they ever saw America, needs to be explored before turning to the question of its current status among ghetto blacks and how developments in the larger society have affected its evolution. Redneck culture. Emigration from Britain, like other migrations around the world, was not random in either its origins or its destinations. Most of the Britons who migrated to colonial Massachusetts, for example, came from within a 60-mile radius of the town of Haverhill in East Anglia. The Virginia aristocracy came from different localities in southern and western England. Most of the common white people of the South came from the northern borderlands of England. For centuries, a no-man's land between Scotland and England, as well as from the Scottish Highlands and from Ulster County, Ireland. All these fringe areas were turbulent, if not lawless, regions, where none of the contending forces was able to establish full control and create a stable order. Whether called a Celtic fringe or North Britons, these were people from outside the cultural heartland of England, as their behavior on both sides of the Atlantic showed. Before the era of modern transportation and communication, sharp regional differences were both common and persistent. In some of the counties of colonial Virginia, from nearly 3/4 to 4/5 of the people came from northern Britain, and similar proportions were found in some of the counties of Kentucky and Tennessee, as well as in parts of both the Carolinas. Although they predominated in many parts of the South, such people also had some northern enclaves in colonial America, notably western Pennsylvania.
Or Lilith kicked them out, but way too late, yeah.
I tried to find, Did you answer his question? I was trying to find, for agent, that thing you had on loop, who the speaker was. He used
Aaron McGruder.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Aaron McGruder. He wrote, you know the show, Boondocks? He's the one who made that show.
The one that we watched?
Yes. So this is the guy who made the one making fun of poor black people's culture. He had an episode where it is. You need to watch more with me because there's an episode. The third episode is like where they have Gangstalicious and booty twerking, right, in the rap shows, and Martin Luther King comes out of his grave and he sees all this shit and he's like, "Yeah, I fucked up." He's like, "Yeah, you should judge them by the content of their character, and their character is no good right now." So that's that one. So he made that speech on C-SPAN in 2003, you know, and he's like, "Yeah, white people are gonna run out of their patience for you black people soon, and you're gonna have nothing to say at that point because they've given you so much." So that'll be a fun time when black people realize nobody cares about them in America anymore. Be fun. What were you saying? You're in the Matrix.
I'm around a lot of them.
Oh, there you are.
Some of the stuff I see, I'm just like, maybe. Oh, I never.
No, you're back now. Try again.
Some of the shit I see, bro, I'm just like, maybe we should just like give them their own land. Yeah.
Country. I mean, their own state. Yeah, I'd be okay with that.
Like their own land somewhere.
Look, like, Abraham Lincoln wanted to either send them back to Africa or send them to Panama, right? He's like, why don't we just send them to Panama? you're back now. You're back. I can hear you now.
No, but I'm gonna be going in and out. I'm at like an account right now.
Gotcha. Alright, I'm gonna play, you remember Tocqueville? I was playing that audiobook by him on democracy.
Yeah.
He has a part where he predicts the conditions of the three races of America. So he predicts where he thinks that Native Americans, blacks, and whites are gonna land up in the future. So I'll play this part while you're doing your shit, alright? Alright.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Democracy in America, Volume 1, by Alexis de Tocqueville, translated by Henry Reeve, Chapter 18, The Future Condition of Three Races in the United States, Part 1. The present and probable future condition of the three races which inhabit the territory of the United States. The principal part of the task which I had imposed upon myself is now performed. I have shown as far as I was able the laws and the manners of the American democracy. Here I might stop, but the reader would perhaps feel that I had not satisfied his expectations. The absolute supremacy of democracy is not all that we meet with in America. The inhabitants of the New World may be considered from more than one point of view. In the course of this work, my subject has often led me to speak of the Indians and the Negroes, but I have never been able to stop in order to show what place these two races occupy in the midst of the democratic people whom I was engaged in describing. I have mentioned in what spirit and according to what laws the Anglo-American Union was formed, but I could only glance at the dangers which menaced that confederation, whilst it was equally impossible for me to give a detailed account of its chances of duration independently of its laws and manners. When speaking of the United Republican States, I hazarded no conjectures upon the permanence of republican forms in the New World, and when making frequent allusions to the commercial activity which reigns in the Union, I was unable to inquire into the future condition of the Americans as a commercial people.
Preface
These
of
topics
Democracy
are
in
collaterally
America, Volume
connected
2.
with my subject without
This is
forming
a
a part of it.
LibriVox recording.
They are American without being democratic, and to
Preface.
portray democracy has been my principal aim. It was therefore necessary to postpone these questions, which I now take up as the proper termination of my work. The territory now occupied or claimed by the American Union spreads from the shores of the Atlantic to those of the Pacific Ocean. On the east and west, its limits are those of the continent itself. On the south, it advances nearly to the tropic, and it extends upward to the icy regions of the north. The human beings who are scattered over this place do not form, as in Europe, so many branches of the same stock. Three races, naturally distinct, and I might almost say hostile to each other, are discoverable amongst them at first glance. Almost insurmountable barriers have been raised between them by education and by law, as well as by their origin and outward characteristics. But fortune has brought them together on the same soil, or although they are mixed, they do not amalgamate. Three races, and each race fulfills its destiny apart. Among these widely differing families of men, the first which attracts attention, the superior in intelligence, in power, and in enjoyment, is the white or European, the man preeminent, and in subordinate grades, the Negro and the Indian. These two unhappy races have nothing in common, neither birth, nor features, nor language, nor habits. Their only resemblance lies in their misfortunes. Both of them occupy an inferior rank in the country they inhabit. Both suffer from tyranny, and if their wrongs are not the same, they originate at any rate with the same authors. If we reason from what passes in the world, we should almost say that the European is to the other races of mankind what man is to the lower animals. He makes them subservient to his use, and when he cannot subdue, he destroys them. Oppression has at one stroke deprived the descendants of the Africans of almost all the privileges of humanity. The Negro of the United States has lost all remembrance of his country. The language which his forefathers spoke was never heard around him. He abjured their religion and forgot their customs when he ceased to belong to Africa without acquiring any claim to European privileges. But he remains halfway between the two communities, sold by the one, repulsed by the other, finding not a spot in the universe to call by the name of country, except the faint image of a home which the shelter of his master's roof affords. The Negro has no family. Woman is merely the temporary companion of his pleasures, and his children are upon an equality with him from the moment of their birth. I might call it a proof of God's mercy or a visitation of his wrath, that man in certain states appears to be insensible to his extreme wretchedness, and almost affects with a depraved taste the cause of his misfortunes. The Negro who is plunged in this abyss of evil scarcely feels his own calamitous situation. Violence made him a slave, and the habit of servitude gives him the thoughts and desires of the slave. He admires his tyrants more than he hates them, and finds his joy and his pride in the servile imitation of those who oppress him. His understanding is degraded to the level of his soul. The Negro enters upon slavery as soon as he is born. Nay, he may have been purchased in the womb, and have begun his slavery before he began his existence. Equally devoid of wants and of enjoyment, and useless to himself, he learns with his first notions of existence that he is the property of another who has an interest in preserving his life, and that the care of it does not devolve upon himself. Even the power of thought appears to him a useless gift of Providence, and he quietly enjoys the privileges of his debasement. If he becomes free, independence is often felt by him to be a heavier burden than slavery, for having learned in the course of his life to submit to everything except reason, he is too much unacquainted with her dictates to obey them. 1,000 new desires beset him, and he is destitute of the knowledge and energy necessary to resist them. These are masters which it is necessary to contend with, and he has learnt only to submit and obey. In short, he sinks to such a depth of wretchedness that while servitude brutalizes, liberty destroys him. Oppression has been no less fatal to the Indian than to the Negro race, but its effects are different. Before the arrival of white men in the New World, the inhabitants of North...
What's up, Adam? You have something to talk about?
What is this? Some, Irish, Trinity College, racism lecture? What are you listening to here?
It's Tocqueville's Democracy on America, where he's observing the 3 different races and their different qualities in 1820. And it's being read by a Scottish girl.
Oh, it's Scottish. I thought that was Irish.
Yeah. Yeah, no, she definitely has a Scottish accent. Yeah.
Are you sure?
It sounds Scottish to me. I could be wrong. It could be Irish, but it has this...
Very Irish to me.
Okay. Yeah. There's some parts of her, pronunciation that sounds more Scottish, but I might just be wrong.
Well, that'd be a first, Jim.
Yeah.
As in Kithel.
Yeah. No, I'm only wrong when it's not Jew. With you, I'm always right.
When it's not me, or when it's not Jew, or Jew?
Oh, Jew, not Jew. Not you,
not
the
Jew,
Jews. Not you.
Okay.
Yeah, don't take it personally. Yeah.
I'm having this... I'm trying... My phone's about to die, and I can't...
Oh my god, you and your dying phone every fucking time coming on Clubhouse. Go ahead.
It's always it's at the tail end of the day. It's held its charge.
So then, charge it while you're cooking or something. I don't know. While you're doing errands.
How do I charge it when I'm doing errands? I'm out booting a boot, man. I'm a busy guy.
Car charger? I don't know. Power bank? It's 2025. We live in the future, bro.
I don't want
All I hear is excuses.
Well, the thing is, I have it plugged in, but I can't tell if it's charging or not. I've never seen this before. It's it's absent of indication of charge or battery depletion. It's like a void. It's just blank.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
that's weird.
I guess I'm waiting for it to tell me if it's ticking up to 5% or ticking down to 3. It's just like a Monty Python skit, Down to 3, on my holy hand grenade or something. The problems of life today, Gio, are these profound issues, that we have to contend with.
Could you imagine your battery at 1%? Ooh, what a struggle. Yeah.
Happens all the fucking
Oh, jeez. Not with us Asians. We keep that shit charged. That shit is never going down below 25%. When's the last time you heard an Asian be like, "Oh, my battery is low, guys, I gotta go"? Very rare, very rare.
Yeah, I don't know. I have more important things to do than track my battery life.
I don't know. After this happening every day, you're just being black. Like you're not even like caring, you know. Whereas other people would take steps. They'll be like, oh, after like 5 years on Clubhouse, hold up. After 5 years on Clubhouse, you notice that at night your battery goes low. I don't know. After enough time, it's like pattern recognition. Yeah, like at night my battery goes slow, so I should. Yeah, exactly. But you've been ignoring this problem for 5 years on Clubhouse. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, but
very black of you.
I don't know, man. I have other shit. It's priorities here.
I hear you, but you just plug it in and go do other shit. It's not even like this is excuses. This is like black excuses I hear all the time for black students or black workers, bro.
What's going on here, Jim?
Don't give me this bullshit.
Hold on. What's going on here is my headphones has a dock. Like in order for it to work, I have to plug it into my USB-C, and so I can't charge it because I'm using my headphones.
Yeah, and well, again, this is your fault because according to personal responsibility, you should have bought a phone that doesn't have this problem like I did after doing like a week of research to figure out which phones I can have a headphone jack and the charger in at the same time.
No.
So again, Asian.
I don't know if are there phones with dual
Yes.
USB-C ports?
I don't know about dual USB-C ports. No, I don't think so. I just got a right. But I got an Android phone that has its own separate headphone jack and Bluetooth and charger.
But the headphones only work with this little.
I know, but that sounds like an Adam K problem who bought a phone and now has regrets. You know, that's what that sounds like. It sounds like.
It's not the phone. It's the fucking headphones.
Oh, so your headphones your phone does have a headphone jack, but your headphones use the charger. That's what you're telling me?
Has a USB-C little.
So right. Okay, so then why wouldn't you just get a regular headphone that goes into the headphone jack so that you don't have to deal with this problem?
Because George Soros gave me these. These are special headphones.
Oh my god.
And so I have the ones that I've been deployed with.
And get an adapter, bro. Like you're like you have the problem and you're just bitching and moaning about it for 5 years instead of either getting a new phone, a new headphones, or a new charger. Get one of those three. Get an adapter that charges and you can use your headphone at the same time because it splits the USB-C into two from your phone. I'm sure you can buy it on Amazon for like $7, right? That way you can use your headphones and charge your phone.
Shit on Amazon. Fuck Amazon.
Oh my god, dude. Holy shit. Whatever, dude. You deserve your fucking misery. You can count down your fucking battery percentage because you can't choose between your headphones and your charger. You're such a fag, dude.
The other problem is I left my bag at work, and so I'm short USB-C, but I think I found one that was part of a BGI product. And it's a USB A to C, but for some reason it doesn't. When I plug it in, it tells me it's charging momentarily, and now it's going into this fucking void thing. So now I don't even have a fucking USB C to charge my phone.
That's what you get. You deserve it.
Which means I have to travel great distance to work in order to get a USB.
There you go. Sounds like, Adam is getting his just desserts, consequences.
It's 1:45, right? So I'm like, fuck it. But then I don't have I have my internal alarm, but I need my phone alarm. The only thing that's compelling me to go out there in bitterly cold, because it's bitterly cold out right now, is I'm out of cigarettes as well. I also ran out of cigarettes, Gio.
Sounds like someone doesn't plan ahead of time a lot. Bro, me being in like New Jersey or New York in the winter, I would always buy cigarettes ahead. so that I would never beat down cigarettes. I would always have like 2-3 packs at home. You just suck at planning ahead. You're one of those people who buy cigarettes as you not need them anymore. I was the type to buy my cheap cigarettes from Ukraine and Russia for $15 for a carton of Marlboro Reds, buy like 20 of them and have them in my closet, so I could always get fucking...
Like extra.
Bro, like hell yeah. Are you serious? Do you know how much money I saved? $15 a carton? Versus you Americans who are stupid paying like $13 a fucking pack in New York City or $10 a pack, whatever it was in 2005. I was buying my cigarettes through Russia and Ukraine online.
My cigarettes are tipping over $22 a pack or 20.
That's crazy. Y'all are crazy. I'm just gonna buy that shit from Russia for $10-15. That's nutty. Like, yeah, I didn't even want to pay the New York City prices for cigarettes. So I was like, wait a minute, I'm sure you can buy cigarettes online. So I started looking online and I found Russian and Ukrainian cigarettes for $15 to $20 a carton, bro. So for like 5 years,
Did you say that you're paying $20 for a single pack?
Canadian dollars, yeah. He's paying 22 Canadian dollars, yeah.
That's still crazy.
Yeah, it's still like, what, 15, 16? Yeah. But packs are that high in Australia as well. In Penn Station in New York, you'll probably pay $15 to $18 for a pack.
Yeah, I think I think there's like there's at least a 20% tax on them.
Yeah.
You know where I've oddly found the cheapest cigarettes? I smoke some menthol if that matters. Well, it might matter. I don't know.
I used to smoke those, yeah.
But not the reservation, not like the Indian reservations, but I always confuse the two. I think it's CVS or Walgreens. One of them doesn't sell tobacco products. One of them does. And dude, my cigarettes are like $10.80 there. Everywhere else they're like $12-13.
Nice. I used to in New Jersey at Atlantic City. No, was it Atlantic City? No. New Brunswick. Back in 2006, packs of cigarettes were like $6.90 or $7, right? Or maybe $6.50. But you could get Camel Wides and get 2 of them for $5 or some shit. There was a promotion. So I would get those, and then the Camel Menthols were on promotion also, like 2 for $7 or some shit. So I remember that. That was actually Camels were my first cigarette, Camel filters. Then I switched to Camel Menthols, then Camel 9s, I think it was called. What's the Crush? The Camel Crush. I smoked that. Then I switched to Newports, then Marlboro Menthol Lights, and then I stuck with Marlboro Menthol Lights until I quit.
You know what's like kind of fucked up when you think about it? It's like most people that like when they're smokers, like they have their cigarette of choice, right? Like if they deviate from that, it's like either because of cost or I'm not sure what the reason is actually. Most people have their cigarette of choice. So when you think about all the marketing that goes in to like cigarettes and all these reps that they have and whatnot, and like sending, I don't know what they do, but like it must be like just highly targeted for people that aren't actually smokers yet or new smokers.
Yeah. And I don't think a lot of this shit works, honestly. They found that a lot of marketing doesn't really work. People still trust to this day someone that they trust giving them a recommendation on a product. That's still like the number one way, so can't beat that.
Yeah, I mean I don't know, there's like I used to work in sales for Yelp. And so there's a lot of interesting data about how people actually make decisions.
Doug Ford is going ham, right? He's starting the trade war. Adam, is that what's going on here?
What's up, y'all?
Hey.
So I figured things out. I figured it out.
Oh, you figured out how to charge your phone and use the headphones at the same time? Wow, I'm proud of you, bro.
Wow,
You gotta give yourself more credit.
It's mother of invention, man. Necessity is the mother of invention.
True. Force a lazy person to do work and they'll figure out the easiest way and the fastest way, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.